Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, you can catch me live at twitch.tv/talksmatsu. And if you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe like, maybe comment, maybe a little subscribe. And if you don't like to see, and feel free to leave a dislike and to the Either way, having a wonderful day, and let's get into this. And hello, Chris. How are you? Let me get the game up and rolling. You said you wanted PowerWash Simulator too, so we're doing PowerWash Simulator 2. You're the only one that had any opinion. But while the main power issue overall is not fixed, the thing that should allow us to be able to have power continuously run is fixed. We can go back to doing Minecraft tomorrow, if we want. But I will be backing that up, just to be sure. It shouldn't be an issue. But it's the whole... But... Right, alrighty, so are we gonna do modded or are we gonna do vanilla? Modded? Okay, we can do modded. Yeah, my whole plan for doing the ancient city over October went down the drain anyway on vanilla, so, you know. And I do want to get back into contain, so that'll be good. I ended up going a little bit longer last time. But I still didn't get all of it done. I still got a lot to get done. This area is huge. Yeah, we'll be doing the Christmas, we will be getting into Christmas soon. Definitively. Well, we'll work on the Christmas town again. Or something else. I don't know. Or maybe we set up an entirely different... It's supposed to be. It says it is. Let's try this again. Alright, there we go. Sorry. I had to get a little bit more done. Just a little bit. This is a lot. Anyway, as I was saying before, realization. No, it's a roller skating rink that I would not want to spend a very long time in. Not at all. Definitely not around other people who spend way a lot of time here. No, I can do a little bit, very little ice skating. And I have done roller skating before, but I find it's harder than ice skating. But you can still go to places like this. There'll still be other things usually to do, or if you're like bits, or if you have a friend who's doing something. No. I can just very little. Like I said, I can skate. I'm not gonna fall on my butt when I'm ice skating. That's how little. I live in Florida, so that's pretty good. But no, I can't really do more than that. I probably could. I love ice skating though, so you know. I just am not good. I never really have a whole lot of opportunities. As there's very few ice rinks that have convenient hours or in convenient places and stuff. And typically some of them are only open during the winter. For like Christmas and stuff. There's other places that are. Yeah, you gotta find places. But if I could, I would. But I know I cannot. But you know, I don't have to. I don't have to hug the wall. At least the last time I ice skated, I did. That's the extent of my. Probably not, because it had, like I said, there's all sorts of different things to it. To be able to, and it's no guarantee that the place will be available the next year and all that as well. I've gone ice skating a total of like 4 or 5 times, but I actually was able to pick it up, so I was pretty happy. And all I'm saying is it's easier than roller skating, having done both before. See, I do have fear of falling, but I didn't have a problem with that. Not with the ice skating though. It's more with just heights. They're like I was saying with the rock wall. I would never be able to go high up on the rock wall. Like, I can think of several times where I try to do the rock, like a rock wall, right? I'd get up exactly like 2 steps up into the air, you know, where I'm pretty safe. Even if I fall, even and land on my butt, I'm fine, kind of thing. I'm scared, but I love roller coasters, so who knows what that one is. I am an enigma. And not in a good way. Anyway, but that's not why I wouldn't want to come here. I have different reasons. So I was saying last time as well, I wouldn't want to come here because it's so pink. And I'm an enigma to myself. But anyway. Right. But no, I actually even have like maybe a specific reason. It's not because of the color pink or that, wow, it's so girly or anything like that, to be clear. It's not. The pink can have a serious rage-inducing effect in the long term. And I just don't want to deal with those kinds of people that are having to be stuck in here. Be kind of dangerous feeling. Yeah. In small doses, it's fine and even calming to do pink, but in large doses, it is rage-inducing. Large doses, all the time kind of thing. In other words, most of the employees are probably going to be really easy to make really angry. I know I'm not... Yeah, probably. But yeah, that's where you gotta be... It's just one of those things you gotta be careful of. Like I said, low amounts is low time spent. Fine, but it's just like... It's apparently a very violent color. But specifically, yeah, if you spend a lot of time interacting with it, basically. I mean, it's pretty true. And yeah, you'll notice those that interact with pink, those tend to be pretty short-tempered. So yeah, especially in a place like this where it's all shades of pink. Oh, also the noise of the neons as well. Think about that. That'll give you such a headache or migraine as you're working here constantly. With the sounds of them going off all the time. This place is designed around the staff being the most miserable people to be around. And customers that are, like, frequent. I also was just left with... I'm wondering if this is another UK thing. Who knows? Of assumption of America. But I've been in a couple roller rinks. They tend to not be very bright. Same with ice things. Because, well, that can be very distracting. You know? Well, I was more meaning because they are most definitely not going to be... It's a lot harder, especially if you're like a new customer or whatever, to come in. And especially if you have questions and stuff, it would not lead to positive experiences for anybody involved. And honestly, that's, if I have to guess, that's probably why initially they stopped using it as a roller rink. You know? Because the reality is, well... most people would eventually just stop kind of going there. But it would work for if they have infrequent, even if it's monthly. But basically, if they have a monthly meeting, right? For the community, it doesn't matter if it's quite so pink, because like I said, short doses of pink can be calming. So for that purpose, it would potentially actually work. Again, though they'd still probably be a little bit more irritable while they're in here. Which is weirdly enough shown. But no, I mean, the thing that becomes weird is this whole, oh, 80s revival. I don't feel like this is what it would look like in the 80s. But I really do end up feeling like, I feel like instead they needed a renovator that helps kind of... You can still have that 80s vibe if you want to go there, but you don't have to go this absolutely going to lead to like just insanity. Who knows? But I don't know. Again, I feel like this would be far dimmer. Right? So you'd have some, like, this area would be dimmer, and then you come into here and there'll be some bright lights, but overall, again, there are lights that can be, like, turned on and off and all that kind of thing. It's not gonna be, like, neons everywhere. Because concept-wise, it's... Or the lights are just kind of normal when they aren't doing, like, special things. Not obnoxiously pink. And it is obnoxiously pink. Yeah, I would say within like 2 weeks of this place finally being open for real, or after these 3 specific days the first time, yeah. It ends up becoming more like that because most people don't really want to come here as a roller rink. Because they have a new community center, they have no other reason to use this place. It slowly becomes more dilapidated as it goes along because it's not making the money back to be a good, be able to kind of continue keeping the place clean and all that. In fact, most likely it just specifically only remains decent until the end of the competition, at which point, for, you know, the best town, at which point the entire place basically becomes more abandoned than really anything else in the area. Be the one place you don't go. Nah. See, I'm not in a fully pink area, only on screen is it super pink. Ironically, I feel like this would be far more interesting as a place. If they kind of went with the whole, like, the you know, Sonic. And that instead of it being a roller rink, it would be like a restaurant. Because you've got the restaurant stuff over here, right? But just an in general kind of thing. Maybe they even have a rink as well. Area, but not a big one. So that you have where the waitresses or waiters roller skate over on roller skates. Because, you know, that would be something that would be like, that's such a niche-y thing, you know? That might just get you extra points. I do love that it just becomes like that, so you can just still see what it was. Anyway, I think that'd have been a far more interesting way to kind of go about it, because it'd be like, I don't know, nifty. I guess. Oh yeah, this is what I was working on. Anyway. Although that would still be kind of annoying in general, but at least it's got something to it to make it more like, yeah, there's a reason people will probably come here. I feel like that's the big thing. If the game is meant to be that they are trying to be more impressive than anywhere else, yeah, a roller rink is not going to do it. Let's be real. Mostly because it's not really going to be seen as an improvement. Not in that way, at least. This is how I feel. You could disagree with me if you want. And be like, no, no, no. This totally somehow will make your town better than every other town. Buddy, I see you. You should be chilling right now, buddy. The AC is on. You have shift this cool air. Why are you coming here? Hmm? No, it's not soon it gets hot. It's time. Here. Yo. Yo. You are loved. Yes. But you really don't need to be in my lap. Honey, what are you doing? Honey, what are you doing? Huh? Oh, no, don't touch the mouse. It's a goose. Come here. Feel better? Can I put you down yet? Now that you've had your hugs? You're purring and you're so snuggly and you're just putting me to sleep. But that's a no. We do not sleep on stream. Honey. Honey. Sweetheart, precious bug. No, we do not do that. I'm gonna have to wait a second to see if he's gonna try and come back up a second. Now you fell back asleep, Chris? You? So, that's fine. No. No. Alright, come here. Be in the chair. But the chair that you're in cannot face the table. No. Chair is not going to be your way up. These could be silly close should get pets. Honey, no, sweetie. Hi, pumpkin. No. No. I can't do. You love me more than you super. Yep. He's just upset because the usurper is not here. Even though it's not a usurper. And we already have a potential home for it. Yeah. But yeah. And by usurp, for the kitten, potentially, my mom has a friend who might want the kitten. Especially now that we have now found out the kitten is such a not survivor. We were concerned because we gave it a bath and it was cold, right? And it was not cuddling into the blankets. Because last year we tried getting them our guys some clothes, but we weren't sure what size. We had some that were way too small. Like super too small. So obviously you think the cat's going to have fought a whole lot because it doesn't wear clothes. It's a cat. It settled in and helped put the clothes on the cat. The cat helped. The little kitten did that. So yeah, most definitively not a survivor. Speaking of which, I did forget to give you back your sweater. Pretty funky. Anyway, but like I said, my mom does not plan on having another cat in the house. Not sure. And that is how it is. You don't just don't let it starve to death just because he does not like it. No. Honey, I'm gonna be. Honey, I can't just give you one. Anyway, it is very cute, but as I said, I have my cat, and I like my cat. The only one who has any reason to be very afraid of that kitten and has shown to be concerned is my brother's cat. But even then, the kitten is not staying. Anyway, it's a potential. We don't know for sure. Come on. No. He's gonna be right back in and causing even more because he just, like I said, he's so sure. They all are so sure, and I don't. The irony is, I don't know why. He is though, because I think I've shown the least interest overall in the thing. Kitty! Honey bunches, sweetie pie. This is your spot. We need to go get your sweater. I'm gonna be right back. Next time he comes in and he wants to cuddle, I will probably give her that he keeps pushing. I will probably put a sweater on him. I just had to go grab it. And that'll probably calm him down. I just don't want to make him have to wear it if he doesn't want to. Alright, buddy. Do you want to wear your sweater? Come here. Let's put the sweater on. Yes. See? Makes every noise under the sun, but he does not bite. Oh. Okay, you ready for that? Don't have it on, Pepper. And now he is showing off to the door the kitten is behind that he has closed to. I kid you not. And I wish I was kidding. And then he'll come back and beg for more love, I'm gonna guess, but I just... can't. Anyway. Like I said, it's not that important. And it's kind of ironic. Maybe one thing if I was like... I could see him being upset, you know? Like excessive attention to it or not. Or something. But I'm not. You know, I'm starting to think I'm gonna need the other one. Or the next level one, but I was trying to wait. Because I figured as long as we're almost there anyway, I wanted to save that list and get the vows and all that and just have the fanciest one. I could almost afford it now, even. Two or three more jobs and we're there. I mean, we'll be one job and we'll be there after this, but not for all the extensions and everything. Technically, I don't need them. The only thing I'd really want is the soap, but other than that, I mean, I might not even need it if I had just that. So I might just save, and as soon as it flips to that, being able to be afforded, I might just buy it. Skipping a stage, and then we can just buy all the attachments. as it goes along. We'll see. I think I actually should just probably work on this area first. It's a pretty bad area, but it'll be done quickly. I don't know where he's going, by the way. Probably flexing his sweater. Anyway. You know, I'd also not want to go here the first couple of weeks either. Even if the place was nice. Because I don't think they're replacing that. And we just saw how nasty that was. By the DJ booth is where Tony's been running his bird sanctuary. He gets everyone involved with that. Why? Every Saturday morning you'll see him lead this long line of kids down the street, all doing this bizarre head-flexing pigeon walk into the roller disco. This place. When he found out that he's going to be heading our new community wildlife center, his jaw nearly hit the floor. Why was this all in this place? Unfortunately, when he then decided to launch his pigeons into a celebratory fly over the disco, well, it was like the birth of the universe in there. Pretty chaotic. Okay, well, that just gives me reasons to not walk on that without cleaning first. I'm disturbed. Ick. Ick, 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 ick. Gross. What was even going on in here? What the heck? This town already had way too many issues before I arrived. Where is this again? Ew. Like, you know, you didn't have to tell me that. I'm cleaning in here. Let me just think maybe, but maybe I'm wrong. Don't tell me I'm right. It's not a good way to go about it. Alright. Yeah, I wouldn't wanna... I am kind of left with this place is just far too nasty. Well, the explanation has already partially been given. Because basically nobody ever cleans here. And it was being used for anything other than a roller derby. Or roller rink, rather. Bird sanctuary, a soup kitchen. Snack center. Not that these are negative things or anything, but it does open the question, why is it that they finally had the ability to build these things that were necessary in once it was a competition with potential money on the line. There is no money on the line, I guarantee it. It's gonna turn out that the mayor, lied. Or something. But still. You gotta love the generic flavors. You've got cola, orange, lemon, lime, and water. The water makes sense, and cola makes sense. But I feel like it should be lemon lime, right? Instead of lemon. Also, this is just gross that these will be used. And then you would have 2 other flavors. Like, the orange, I guess, could be like Fanta, but I don't know. Or Crush, depending. I feel like they should have had something that says Dr. something on it. Or Dr. Wash. That's obviously a Dr. Pepper or Mr. Pibb or whatever, doing something like one of those, but a knockoff. Because so one of these. Like, if you're gonna have another one, or root beer. I think root beer would have also made sense because can be universal. Actually, that'd be universal. Yeah, so I think it would probably have been best. Because, like, if you're gonna have it be an 80s themed, like, place and they don't have root beer? Really? Or maybe make it sarsaparilla, but still. It's the kind of thing where it's like, well, I can see why this place was going out of business. Or would have gone out of business if it wasn't community owned, apparently. Which opens up other questions. But still. think, yeah. I just kind of go with, if they were gonna, I don't know, just if it's not a big issue, you know, but it does just kind of bug me. I think you should have had, they wanted to be lemon lime because that could be one of various things. It could be Sprite, it could be whatever it's called, Starry? It's just usually it's lemon lime. I'm inclined to think Sprite though, because the red would be Coca-Cola Cola, right? Or an imitation thereof of that. Is it actually separate? Alright. Again, you could tell me, no, you don't think that's it at all. I'm just crazy. That's fine. I just kind of left with it's like... weird. Cause like... how likely are you to get an Orange Crush? Also, you wouldn't be... or maybe it wouldn't be Orange Crush. Maybe it's Fanta. It is a Fanta. It has to be Fanta. Because if it's Coca-Cola products, then it would have to be Fanta, not Crush. Even though Crush tastes better. Almost always. Still, you're not gonna have both. It's such a nitpicky thing, I know. But it does bug me. And I don't even usually, I wouldn't normally like be getting it from here either, because it'd be like the super bad kind. Guaranteed. Like, sometimes if you get lucky you can find the cane sugar version. Yeah, I guess technically if you're going to a place like this you probably are getting that. And then the types, again, it's just orange soda, cola, lemon light. What are these? Grape energy, berry energy. Ooh. Rich energy. These are the options they have. I feel for the people of this world. How is there not a single root beer? I'm serious. I think what I would have done is I would have gone with like a sarsaparilla. Then it's that whole, they're trying to be all... I mean, obviously it was still most likely to be root beer in the 80s, but it tastes... see, and it sounds... better, you know? That's why I'm going with that. Again, the warring neons. So, Chris, what flavor of soda do you feel that they're missing? Curious. Well, see, I feel like they should at least have a root beer. It's weird that they have a cola, orange, lemon, and lime for their soda flavors. I just didn't think that made sense. But you feel like there would at least be a root beer? Make an easier question. Actually, I still have a chance of being... You don't know? I mean, they have a lemon. But I feel like it would actually be a lemon lime, because it'd probably be Sprite because of the color for the cola. Although in reality it actually looks like, I mean, obviously knockoff, but... Yeah, I feel like root beer and some variation of Dr. Pepper / Mr. Tip. Yeah, tea is missing too. I have coffee. So where you go with this is clearly, you can tell that the team that made this, even if it's meant to be America, I don't know if it is, still not sure, they aren't American. There's no sweet tea. Giant canisters. Did I say it's good? No. Did I say that it would have a place here? Yes. Because it would be that, or be Dr. Pepper, or something like that. Don't drink Mr. Pibb. If I'm gonna cheat, I'm going Dr. Pepper all the way. Let me be clear. Corn syrup. Yep. I'm allergic to corn. And if I'm not gonna full-on cheat, I'll get a Ghost. Yes, it's an energy drink, but at least it tastes decent. Well, a low-grade allergy, I can have it. But it doesn't do good things to me. Think of it more akin to, like, at this point, a milk allergy. Right? It's not gonna kill me, but I really shouldn't. See, it's interesting. I like monsters too, but monsters mess with my teeth. And not like the straight monster, to be clear, but they have a whole bunch of other ones. The ghosts don't, and I just find that they're pretty good. Possibly. In fact, I'm drinking a ghost right now. Raspberry cream. Way too good for its own good. No, more like, you know how they'll have the variation things like the Rio and stuff, those? I like those typically. Although if I'm gonna do like an Ultra, I do like the Sunrise Ultra, which is just basically lemonade. Or, well, a lemon soda rather. Fair enough. I'm not as into it. I've thought about it, because I do know they have a monk fruit one. My biggest reason why I like the Ghost, by the way, or other than I just like the flavor, and it doesn't mess with you, It's got like L-carnitine and stuff, and it already had that. It wasn't that they added; they were already doing that. So all other places, and Monster does that too, but Red Bull doesn't. But also, this has taurine in it as well. Yeah. Plus, I don't know. I just like the ghost caffeine. It's not like some arbitrary caffeine. It is coffee. So you still kind of know where it comes from. Like everything. So like a lot of their other products too. I don't disagree that Red Bull has better commercials. They certainly do. I don't really see a lot of ghost commercials, actually, now I think about it. The only reason we ever even tried them was we found them in the store. And my brother needed, or at that point really needed, like, basically it had the taurine and stuff in it. And, you know, more hydrating here in Florida. We tried them. Also, because I couldn't do the G Fuel stuff, right? Because that does not guarantee that it has no strawberries. And that was popular at the time. Or rather, that was everywhere at the time. Everyone has sponsorship. People, like, so many... Anyway. So, I ended up trying it. Liked it. That's my deathly allergy, so I can't do it. I would die, potentially, if I'm not careful. Otherwise, no problem. Anyway, beyond that, they're one of the few that do the, so what I'm doing, like a green, I don't know how to put it. Like, you know, the... No, yeah, please don't. But I was slow on, like, veggies and stuff. And since they have the... No, I've never really seen those, I don't think. Anyway, like I said, we ended up trying them, liking them. In general, and then they had... I kept forgetting to take it. I might have, I probably haven't. Because the word movie's in there. And while I've certainly seen a lot of older movies, I haven't really seen anything past, like, probably 2015 overall, other than a few, very few. For that point, yeah, I know that. But... Well, I have to want to... Going to the movies is a pain in the butt. I mean, I've gone to, but it's just like... I mean, we ended up living out here, and the closest movie theater is, like, ages away. Hello, Tomas. How are you? And it just kind of wasn't worth it. I still go see the movies, like, I've seen, like, all the Sonic movies in theater. 1, 2, and 3. But... basically, at that point, it was expensive, and... yeah. I saw a couple movies, to be clear. I have. It's just... going out that far is a little... I've actually got to be interested in the movie. Decent chance we'll see Sonic 4 in theaters. The closest one that has movies that are old movies is over an hour away. I think. There's probably something closer, but they're a pain in the butt to find. In a reliable way, to be specific. Some of the closer theaters will get them, but they don't guarantee it. I think they could at least do one for the Melee, right? Also, I mean, let's be real, it'd be money. Same reason why Smash Bros. Continues to be able to make games. You know? Or there continues to be the ability to make new ones. Because they still make a cut, typically, right? And especially if you're desperately needing money. A lot of these companies are starting to be at that point. They would not be as opposed to it, I think. The answer as to why they can't really do that is they kind of need to make an origin story movie for each one first. To explain that specific version. And by the time they do that, it'll be like 2030. Although maybe they don't have to. But even for the most recent one, think about it, pretty much the only group that would really need to probably be bargained with in that way would be Disney, and Disney's hurting for money. Or starting to really hurt for money, rather. 2 or 3 years from now, because I guarantee their movies aren't going to improve. They really might just be like, yeah, just do it. Because it's publicity for their games, too. And they don't have to make the movie. But I would say never. I mean, think about it. Like, 10 years ago, would you have ever thought there'd be a Mario movie that wasn't just the weird one from the 90s? Heck, I mean, Pokemon. Getting a live-action movie of any kind. "10 years ago? I call that bluff. I remember all the articles of people just going, oh, please. That's just a rumor. That's not actually ever going to happen." And that was with verified sources. Yeah, and that ended up a movie, didn't it? Never say never, because you don't know how desperate people will get. Yeah. That's why I said, other than the one from the 90s, because it was so bad, as far as they're concerned, they wouldn't want to do another one. again, think about it. A lot of the companies that would normally say no, right now, they're kind of hurting for some extra cash. Because they made some stupid decisions in the last couple years. Oh yeah. I'm just saying, you look at how some of these games went, and it just kind of... They've had lots of flops. Because they haven't been good games. Now you need to recoup that money somehow. You get the offer to basically pay for your character to be in this franchise, or in this movie. That's... And heck, beyond that, Microsoft is literally, like, moving away from gaming at this point, pretty much. So that'll be a lot easier to deal with. Ironically, it would be the best time to do it. Or start trying to work on that kind of thing. Well, I didn't say they are normal, now did I? I just said it's a good time to use their stupidity against them. That's what you're saying? I'm not sure I'm getting you. Those stupid decisions, them, you're saying that they wouldn't choose because it's a stupid decision. Because they'd obviously make money. That'd be the only caveat, probably, because let's be real, we already know that Sony is willing to, if they characters they either license or own, they're willing to put them in other people's movies as long as they make a cut of the film. They've already proved that. And then if it's successful, they'll try to make their own thing. So those games have a higher chance of coming in as well. I'm just saying, ironically, I'm left with, I feel like the only thing that would kind of hold it back is that there would be a certain desire to have some of that already, like, pre-established in general. Which would take far too long. But if they chose to kind of cut out that and just go to... I could see it happening. I don't necessarily want it to happen. I'm just saying that the likelihood is not as low as you're making it out to be. And it's more of a never say never kind of thing, because... Okay. That's on you. Because I'm not... I just go with, literally, I look at, and yes, Mario's a singular franchise. A Nintendo franchise. Yeah, exactly. I think it's a stronger than no likelihood. Than it was even 10 years ago. And like I said, for me, mostly it's that whole... I look at it and it's like... There were literally... Less than 5 years ago, there were literally rumors that Nintendo was in talks with Sony about making a live-action Zelda movie. And everybody at that time went, oh, come on, this person's just lying, they're capping, they're... And then, lo and behold, what happened, like, basically within this last year? We find out that Nintendo's been working with Sony to make a live-action Legend of Zelda movie. So I just say, never assume anymore. Do you believe in Zelda movie? I mean, that's fair. But I'm saying that means that Sony is willing to work with Nintendo to make movies. Right? Again, even more so means that their characters have a higher likelihood of being able to appear. That's fine. Like I said, I'm just saying, I just don't assume anymore. I can't just say it definitely will never happen. Because every other time it really has been questionable, it turned out the possibility was not zero. And to be honest, I think it would be funny. That in reality, the reason they're buttering up Sakurai and all that, right? It's not because they're totally trying to have another Smash Bros. Movie, right? No, it's or their game. No, it's a movie that they want to make. Because I mean, think about it. They gave the guy 2 directs for Kirby Air Riders. 2, and they had other games to show off. And he likes talking. So it'd be that kind of funny. Yeah, see? It'd be funny. It's like, no. It's not that they're making another Super Smash Bros. Game. No. They're making a movie. That was it. Like I said, I don't think it's likely to happen. I just say, I can't say that it definitely never would. Because there's a lot of movies that over the last couple years, I would have probably said I just don't see happening, that did. In good and bad ways. Okay. We're just about to crash. Anyway, but that's all. And like I said, I just had this point kind of go... Well, it wasn't that Ultimate was meant to be the last. It was that he didn't think he could ever get all the characters again, is what he specifically said. If you looked at specifically the Japanese. American made it more final, but the dude has problems. Let me be honest about that. It was a whole thing. I don't remember because people were going. I like to follow video game news, and I thought it was interesting because it's one of those things where again it's like the English translation was just slightly different, but it's enough to make it be like, oh, he's saying that there will never be another Smash game, when really he's just saying that this is, yeah. I was more meaning like a work like he's got a perfectionist thing. Can always be better. I mean, that's how they managed to get more than one Smash Bros. Game out of him. Literally by going, well, we'll just port the game over then. And he viewed that as a threat. To me, I just have trouble thinking that there definitely will never be another one. But the roster will never be as full. That's kind of how it more comes off when you look at the because you just kind of can't. Because there's no guarantee that the same people will agree to the same things or whatever, right? And even if they would, that they can't. It's just how it goes. No, they haven't. That's why I know there's people who are wondering. I've seen. Are they either going to basically port it, or are they going to have a different version? The irony is if they port it, they can add new DLC, technically. The question is if they are able to do that as well. So judging by how it was put at the time, I would say that probably isn't as simple to do. A straight up port. It's weird. It's like that whole thing also where they were going that Mario and Peach, the English translation was that they're just friends, basically. But in the Japanese, it was more along the lines of they care for each other very much. And thus, not friend zoning. Pretty sure. Like I said, I didn't specifically follow that, but I did see there were people who actually broke it down from the Japanese versus the translation in English that was given. Possibly. Could be wrong. Nintendo said in the English translation of the article that they were good friends. In the Japanese version, it did not say that. Apparently. It's much like also Sakurai also where they had the English translation for good boys and girls, whereas in the Japanese he basically said the reason that the one girl skirt was the way they were, or the girl skirts the way they were, and all that. Potentially, possibly, who knows. But in reality it was just because it's Japanese since age rating, or which seems to be the most common reason for outfits being where they are for certain things. It's the only way to be E for everyone. Because Japan is way more strict on that stuff than America, apparently. Which is disturbing to know. Anyway. But I think to me, I often go with, if you're not sure, try to find somebody who actually breaks down the translation, right? As it would be. Because there is no guarantee, especially nowadays, there is no guarantee that the translation is at all accurate. I don't know until I actually, that's what I do, is like, I go look at other people. If I've seen it, I can say something, but otherwise... I just thought it was interesting. I honestly think that kind of thing is interesting. Because, yeah. Although, in reality, it makes a lot more sense to assume that it did not say that anyway. Because... what would be the point of that, I guess? Yeah, stuff like that, exactly. Because that is just something that tends to be. It'd be one thing, I think. I do. I hate to say, but it's kind of part of why I'm not as against the concept of the AI subbing for anime and stuff. I would be more, but like, for me, I look at it and go, if you're not going to offer an accurate translation, why are you doing this job? You know? This is such a more of a thing lately. I just kind of am left with, Otherwise, like I said, I'd be far more against it, because I'm just like, it's not that accurate. It can be very stilted, it's pretty bad, and there is a human touch. Translations? I have bad news for you, man. I think that was Tomas's point. In America, yes. You'd be surprised with what'll get changed. Both ways, actually. And always. I mean, it's not the end of the world usually, but when they change like story stuff, that's when I just kind of end up going, To be clear. Anyway, like I said, overall, I don't know. I really go back to that whole, I cannot say that there will definitively never be a Smash Brothers movie just because I cannot say that there will ever be any type of movie specifically. Heck, I mean, here's one to consider that would be this year versus 10 years ago. 10 years ago, do you think that you would have ever guessed that an anime movie would outgross 2 AAA Western movies in America? That's what 10 years ago. And the answer is no. Not because I like anime manga too, but I've never really thought that. Mostly because Well, A, they just generally don't care as much about the American audience. So they don't work as hard to get into theaters. Rather, it's not like that. It's more like, I said that wrong. But no, I would have said probably no. 10 years ago, specifically. Because, and you know what, not one, but two. Two animated movies, specifically. And beyond that, for a Superman movie and a Fantastic Four movie, be completely and totally thrown into the dust. The anime. I just cannot say that I would ever have thought that. Because no matter how popular it was, and it still was pretty popular back then, it was still considered niche. Even if you're going to see it, you're more likely to just buy the Blue Nut things and stuff. Like, yeah, and that's another one. Go back like 20 years. But you ever thought a game like Fortnite would exist? Fortnite's actually the best example of I can never say that there would never be something like a Smash Bros. Movie or anything like that in that sense. Because that's way worse, like way more ambitious in its own way. I think that's the kind of thing I end up going with, is it's just like, there's so many things that's like, even 4 or 5 years ago, I would have said no. I mean, not the Mario movie, because that was actual like facts and stuff. I was like, that's cool. To be clear. But yeah, exactly. Or heck, any Miku, you know? Being in anything other than like a Vocaloid project thing. That isn't some fan comic or something. But instead of a... I like Vocaloid stuff. I enjoy Vocaloid music. I was just more meaning the fact that Miku even... you know, popular as she is, I just didn't think that it would be something outside of that, and like especially not a large video game franchise having that kind of thing, or going for that kind of crossover. Well, I mean, it's a useful musical kind of thing to be able to do vocally with, so I'm not so shocked that Miku's remains relevant. After all, composite voices are kind of useful to be able to get a unique sound. There are a lot of songs out there. It's similar to the Fortnite part. It's gonna be like, how could you have every song that has Miku in it? That would be millions. Millions, I think. I don't actually know which ones are in Fortnite, though. To be honest. Because I don't follow Fortnite I was just more left with the fact that they had included Miku. Just curious. What? Because the whole thing is that for a lot of the songs, because Miku's actually basically used as an instrument, they'd still technically be owned by the people who made the work. So I was just curious, what did they manage to get the licensing to? Or did they just have specific music made for that? I'm just curious. Anyway. But no, that's kind of more where I end up going with it. Is it's just like there's so many things that I would not think would have been a thing. Again, like I said, 10 years ago, that is a thing. So I can't say for certain that 10 years from now, something that I feel that way with now would definitively not be able to exist at that point. I kind of figured that was what you meant. I just was trying to figure if there were any other songs. I was curious if they had any of the or famous or blunt kind of thing. Got it. Anyway. Like I said, I don't specifically follow all I really know is that there are multiple Vocaloids, but that Miku is the most popular. In the sense of just... Yeah. Wait. Yeah, there's like several. Like, I can't remember their names right now because I'm streamer brain. But, yeah? Yeah, I know. Especially since she's been getting, like, popularity, or more mainstream-ish popularity, I guess you could say. Although I'm surprised that they didn't bring the twins. I guess because it's more popular. Streamer brain, exactly. I have streamer brain. I've been streaming for an hour and a half. Wrapped in pink. But I guarantee it's also... Look up Vocaloid. Find out for yourself. The answer is no, I'm not messing with you. There's a ton of Vocaloids. Well, I say 10, but it's like 10, I think. Somewhere around there. It's somewhere between 6 and 10. I remember that. I don't remember how many exactly. Yeah, Kato. That's true. That would be one that I am very surprised that they don't. Because, you know, then you have, like... Yeah, I could tell. You know what? I should look it up myself. I know I... biggest reason I know there's more is because I've got stuff like I listen to on my phone that were for that they use. The person used different Vocaloids, and that's not even including like people then go and make their own thing off of that as well. Because it's the whole bunch, yeah. So there's a whole bunch. There's a whole bunch. Because it's a program. Wait, Chris, you know that Vocaloid is a program, right? Good character. Good characters. Oh, characters. Yeah, I'm not gonna count all of them, because that is too many. I said 10, it's way, way more than that. Way more than 10. That's why I was trying to look into that stuff. I become even more just... No, it's a program. I'm sure you're just messing with me on this one. But, basically... You know, I would say that basically it was effectively the AI voice thing, but before AI, or the closest thing to what that you could think of is that. It obviously isn't, because that's not a composite voice really is. So I'm sure there's people who would compare and say it is. Exactly, synthesizer. A music program that you can use to make your own singers. Why they sound so robotic. But yeah, there's a whole bunch because you need it for like the different voice types and stuff. Well, they are just kind of in general. And languages and stuff as well, because, you know, it'll sound better in one language or another or whatever. It's a thing. The biggest irony is that the only one that really, in the mainstream popularity, is Miku. But, yeah. Definitely not the only one. That would be... I mean, it also doesn't help that pretty much, because Miku got so popular, that they basically then just advertise with just Miku for the most part. Even though they have a full range of other characters, sound types, etc. So they're like, they're given personality types, blah blah blah, that whole thing. In some way, it's basically like make a singer that is absolutely customized for what you're looking for. that's kind of how that goes. To some extent, yeah. That's just kind of, again, that's just what it is. It's the kind of thing where I was just kind of left with when I started hearing the AI about AI voice things, right? So I was just left with it. Seemed far more akin to a composite voice. Yeah, I don't know. Now, obviously, it's not as much like that, but that's kind of where it was a couple years ago, so that was where I was really left with. It felt weird when people go. It was like, okay, but how far are you going to go down that rabbit hole of, well, this is definitely this? Yeah, I don't know. But, yeah. That's really where I'm mostly left with at this point. I just I think I like Vocaloid. I think it's a bit of a shame that the only one that I'll ever really get most likely. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I mean, it's not the end of the world. But I have trouble believing if you're such a weeb, actually, probably more like Chris, that you would have no idea what Vocaloid is in actuality, or that there's more than just Miku. I see. But no, the whole synthetic voice kind of thing, that is kind of surprising. Yeah, that one comes off more likely. But I'm surprised that you just didn't know. I mean, so much music. But no, yeah, that's why. Like I said, it's just an interesting thing to know that they just kind of do. But there are more, I guess. So there's your fact you've learned. There's more than one Vocaloid. There's a whole multitude. I suppose I'm trying to think, because there is so much there, in all honesty. But, I mean, I guess for me, part of, like, where I ended up finding more, like, learning more about Vocaloids, rather. So I'm gonna give you this. It's because I started listening to, Circus P? Is the name of the artist? Right? And while he does have, like, his own custom ones as well, he does use Vocaloids as well. Occasionally, like Miku. Or others. And it's interesting to learn, like, that kind of thing. I feel like you'd recognize at least one of the guy's songs. Probably. He threw together, or did, whatever, I don't know. It was called Insanity. It just has been for, like, on and off for, like, a long time. Super popular throughout the whole... Yeah. But, I mean... There are kind of quite a few out there. Just different songs and stuff, and it's just... I think the one thing to be... is like, oh. Hey, Angel. You come back to the farm. We've had another mishap. This time with our tractor. Huh? I was gonna say, is with the song, though, I feel like you can kind of tell it's probably got Vocaloid or something akin to a Vocaloid. Because it'll have this, well, very synthetic sound to it, very robot tone. Like, it'll have, like, two tones and stuff. I'm curious. So, you know? Or do you only know the songs from Fortnite? That's what I figured. Anyway, I mean, I know it's not actually like a Vocaloid exactly, but it's a... I was saying Circus P. Insanity. Wouldn't you say that's one that's kind of like super... Like, even if you don't know, you possibly heard it? One of those ones? Like that and Zamazakura and, Rolling Girl, I'd say. It's another one. Maybe you don't know that one. Yeah. You know, I'm realizing something that would make me even more not want to come here. The area that's not staff only. I'm noticing something is missing. I'm curious, can you tell what's missing? I think it's kind of important. For a place like this? No. No. So we have a place to drink, right? And get drinks. And specifically drinks, not even food. Drinks. Probably, or I guess food too, but yeah, food and drink, right? A place to move around and digest it. So, Can you tell what's missing? With that tidbit? No, because they would have a mark on it that would say that they're the bathroom. But they don't. And every other yellow door is clearly a staff-related door. Like that one or that one, which means that's also staff-related. Think about it, you'd have a little mark on the side to say this is this bathroom and this is this bathroom usually. So... otherwise we wouldn't be able to... Maybe they got lazy. But I think the answer is they didn't think about that one. For me, I probably wouldn't. I would have first assumed this would end up being the bathroom because it's more in line with kind of being like a singular bathroom. Not great, but you know how it goes. Also, this can't just be a bathroom because there would need to be more room around it. Huh? I mean, fair enough. Not sure what you're talking about right now, Tomas. I'm assuming it's another song. Oh, yes. Yeah. Honestly, like I said, see, I started listening to that, and then that's where I ended up getting the vocal, because that guy stuff. I think pretty good. And each album's gotten better than the last. Streamer brain. Probably would know those. But yeah, I like see this is where I would have thought that, because if you look at it, it's very much what do I got right now? Yeah, afterward. Especially since it's just out like this, which means it fits within the shape of the building. That also is a question. Where do these doors lead? If this is the front entrance, how do these doors have anything behind them? This whole place makes no sense from the inside. No, I was wondering where do you, because you have the food, you have the drinks, you have where you end up working off the digesting them. You don't have where you definitely actually would go to, yeah. I just kind of left with, why would you have like a sign for the photo booth, but not the toilet? That's why I say I don't think that can be... Yeah, but then you could just go through the front door! Look at this. Here's the front door. My cat's next to me, by the way. He has come to be naughty. But not as naughty because he has a sweater. Like, this door shouldn't lead anywhere. Because this is the front entrance. In reality, this should be on this side, with some lockers potentially here and here on both sides. Hey! With the door behind then being able to lead back into potentially the area that these doors over here would lead into. It would actually make having a door over here make sense, and then you'd have the bathrooms behind that potentially, but I would say then you have to have that door kind of open so you can see inside and see, oh, there's a bathroom. But instead, these doors just go to random places but have no connections to anything else. And on here, I would say the door should actually be like right over here. Well, I'm not saying they can't look way bigger. I'm saying on the inside and the outside, I'm saying that there's no way to connect these inside doors to the, like, how they would look on the outside because they don't fit. Generally, you're not walking, like, into, like, super into an area. Yeah. No. In your chair. Thank you. You good boy. You good boy. I still either way get another hour. Lucy one. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm sorry that distracted me. Yeah. He came over to tell me that he needs love now. Kitty, you want to help me put ice cream? It's so weird. Come on. One, two, three, four. Honey, no! You're gonna trip me. Yeah, I know, my baby. Baby. But no. You had hours of cuddle time before stream. You will get hours after stream. Why is it that you only want to cuddle during stream? Like, I will finish, right? And so I'll even go sit on the couch so he can come sit on me, right? Whatever. No, now it's not time for the cat. Cuddle time. It's only while I'm streaming on the computer. Honey, sweetie. Good pudding pie. You who loves eggnog and bread and cheese way more than you should. And are a thief. Oh, he's found. You wanna watch the TV? You wanna watch me play? No, he's not just. Well, I mean, yes, right now he kind of is, but he's also jealous, as I've said, of what he believes is a usurper, despite the fact that it's not. Also, if he was jealous of this specifically, I feel like he should be more jealous of other things. But I do think a big part of it is just he's not watching. I think he went off to go get water. Or to go see. No, he's behind me. I almost rolled back into him. Huh. Weird. Predictions that we'd be here. Two. Anyway, like I said, I think he's just mostly upset with the concept that I went anywhere near the kitten. That will not be saying, and thus is not a usurper. Hello, Knight. How are you? Yes, Tomas. Right now we're in the middle of saving a starving kitten. Literally was starving. And getting it home. Yes, because Chris just did it 5 seconds ago. Oh, really a minute, but it'll be on cooldown probably for like another 2 minutes. Anyway, all I was saying is, yes, we have... I think I said it on Saturday, too. It's... a failure of a wild cat. Kitten, really. Yes. And it's cute. Because, you know, it's definitely a kitten. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't like first cats. Or, no, this kitten's not staying, and if it did stay, it would be the 5th cat. But it's not staying. It just literally was quite literally starving to death. And my mom can't just let a creature die of starvation in front of her. We have 4 cats. Like I said, this kitten isn't staying. At least it shouldn't be. Yes. We felt for the little creature. And I mean, it was generally starving. Basically, this kitten, it is a kitten. Is also a victim of the Retpocalypse. And it's very much true. And it really can't even be an outdoor cat, probably. Because it'll probably die of starvation. Even if it has people. It's the first cat in training. It really and truly is. Not even training. As I was saying earlier, it's even more of a failure of a wild cat. So, yes, Threat Apocalypse still got the chickens. That's when it started appearing. It is definitely a kitten. Very teeny. Potentially either... We don't know if Mama rejected kitten or if Mama died of rat poison or what. We just know that's when it started appearing. And that it didn't trust any of the food. Because obviously, for any food other than what people were giving it. AKA us. Anyway. I'm gonna give it a bath today. And it was cold because obviously we've got our power mostly fixed, so we now have AC. It's not all the way fixed because there's an underlying other issue, but close enough. It shouldn't ever really be affected for a while. And the thing is, so we have sweaters for our cats, right? We started doing it last year because we realized my brother's cat is very... We knew my brother's cat was susceptible to cold, but we realized we could actually get her to wear a sweater. And so we had ordered several online last year, and we weren't sure about size and stuff. So we have some that are tiny enough. They don't fit our cats. Anyway, this wild thing from outdoors, right? Not only did it not fight being put in this sweater dress, right? It helped this wild beast. And that's why it has been downgraded from can be indoor pet cat to this is a neighbor's cat. In my own mind. Yes. Even if the mama was not, it's never been taken care of by people. This thing's like at max 6 months. Probably less than that. It's more like a couple weeks old. Like very few months, right? Most likely not even fully weaned. So no, there's probably no people involved. Very tiny. Like, a little bigger than palm size, right? But I think dudes, they could probably wrap one hand and all the way wrap around the kitten's middle. Easily. Teeny kitten. Even I might actually be able to do it now that I think about it. Yes, tiny gasol. Anyway, but as I've said, I have no specific care about it. Other than it's sad, and definitely we want to find a place for it, but... Yeah. And I love my cat dearly. Yeah, I know I love Suna more. That's for sure. No, I really don't. That's why I'm pretty sure he's being even extra clingy than he already normally is. He made me put his sweater on earlier in stream. Chris can confirm this. And then went and showed it off to the door the kitten's behind. Be like, look, I am his. I have a sweater. And I don't get it. My total innocence is I've looked at it basically twice. Yes, you didn't see it happen. Yeah, he's extremely... He's not against the kitten being in the house. Well, he's definitely afraid that... He's definitely thinks that... Like, it's a kitten. But for me, I'm just kind of left with... Exactly. That is exactly what happened. And for me personally, I'm just kind of left with it's cute. But to be honest, the kitten ended up saying, I'd be like, little bro, got another cat. So, yeah. Luna is a TV fan more than anything else. He doesn't really care as much about music. There needs to be pictures moving. That's just kind of how that goes. Anyway, like I said though, overall, I'm... Obviously, the difference is that the kitten has a good home. But, yeah, like I said, I love... I love my cat. Both sides? Yes. And I don't know. Don't feel the need for more. It's that whole, oh, it's cute, I'd love to give it a pat, but... Anyway. But, yeah, like I said, I'm not the one that has a person. And mind you, I don't mean like a literal purse cat. I feel like I should specify this. I mean demeanor-wise, right? Like, if you were to take it and put it in a purse, it would be hate. I'm probably calling it being happy. As another good example of one thing that this is my little bro's cat. And that's the one that's the most worried about this usurper. Yes, I feel like I'm pretty sure you're trolling, Chris, but yes. I have a brother. Atlas. Right. I get Atlas 4. I mean, think of it like this. Though, I mean, let's put it like this. For the cats we currently have, we have one cat for each cat family member. Although in reality, at this point, 2 of them are his. Yeah, Brobot is my bro. cute, not so little big bro. Well, one of them wants to be her cat, but my mom doesn't like cats. She puts up with the cat. But the cat, at this point, is also more my brother's cat. It's the only one she's really willing to pet. My mom's really willing to pet, so you know, it's effective. Hello, Black Rose. Thank you for the first time chat. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. Not hurt to me, but okay. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. You mean you're gonna start watching or whatever? Totally fine. If you mean that you're leaving now, that's also totally fine. Yes, you have mentioned that you have a dog. I don't think you've said his name specifically. Fair enough. Well, welcome. Welcome to this, cleaning of a place that... yeah. As I've said, I would never want to go to. Yeah. Well, fair enough. That makes things very awkward. I probably will not tell my brother that. Fair enough. Yeah. Exactly. Well, maybe. I think that's kind of how it goes. I mean, even if you had headphones, it's like hearing the name. I could totally see you looking around and be like, huh? But, yeah. And of course here, I just have my cat. Well, my family has the 4 cats, but I have one specifically. He is not in here right now. Probably because he's continuing to show off over and over that he's got the sweater, not the usurper. Or rather, it's a special personal for other person. He thinks it's personal. No, it won't. But... And my cat said that's its name. I mean, like I said, we do have at least one potential place for it. To go to. It just can't be an outdoor cat. It probably wouldn't survive. Anyway, I mostly just think it's funny, just because, like I said, I've had the least interest in it overall, I think, other than maybe Hedge. Although I don't think he's gonna ever hate it, necessarily. He also associate with it. Because we're giving the kitten milk, and he's... well... he's a whitey boy. If he sees the goat milk come out, he's getting a little bit more than he normally would. Yeah, I feel the same way as Hedge. We each are like, yeah, we've got our cat. Our cats are needy. And have abandonment issues because their mama left, or just literally did not want them. Like, I can't handle another cat. Another cat with, like, separation anxiety and all that. More saying, I yeah. But I do love my cat. I love... he's a cutie. But, yeah. I don't think I'm going to be having him be fully chill until the kitten's going. Or deemed not to be my cat. For him to see. But yeah, that's not for a while. Yeah. And realistically, it's a whole thing with himself, like just in general as well, you know? But he cannot get along with his sisters, and I don't want him to... yeah. Get himself killed. I just don't think I'd have the time to go through that. Anyway, you know what? At least now that the power is back for realsies, I'm gonna be able to work on finishing off my my Christmas model. Oh, you guys want to know like what I'm kind of going for this time? I'm not going to like actually show it, but you want to know what the concept is because it's not done. Alright, I'm going for kind of an ice skater kind of look. I can't do ice skates. Yes. Because I know it's going to look a little different than the last 2 years. But I'm going for kind of like an... I can't make ice skates. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Exactly. That's why I'm not against it, because I'm going to otherwise mention it anyway. So it just kind of looks more like, without the ice skates, like what an ice skater outfit might look like for what I would do. Does that make sense? Sure. Hey, looks like the old roller disco's finally making a comeback. Well... I can't wait. Open already. Finally. I hope they changed the boots, though. Those things were slower than a turtle in a cooler when I was a kid. That's not how that works. That weren't the boots, Reg. That was the sticky floor from you spilling slushies all over. Yeah, let's go like I didn't spill a drop. My persistence vertically at rollers can be independently verified. You know, it's gonna be the bright lights that probably cause the issues. I guess we'll see about that. As I said, I can only sort of ice skate. And move around, and I don't need the guardrail to do it. I figured that out. Also, I don't know. That one. True. And I found, I've always liked ice skating, and I found I did like ice skating. It's very hard to do here in Florida. Being Florida. Lots of, yeah. No, I cannot do that. Yeah, you need a rink. Of any kind. Actually, we do have... But you have to know where an ice rink is. You would be surprised. I recommend you... Actually, I do recommend look up, like, Florida and ice hockey. To have your mind blown. But you have to know where a rink is. That's the real thing. Just look it up. I'm serious. Yeah, I could do it. It'd be just like... Okay. Yeah. Hey. Look them up and look at the last time the Stanley Cup was won by them. Look it up, trust me. It's kind of funny. For the 2024-2025 season, they were the champions of the Florida Panthers. That's why I'm saying look it up. Florida and ice hockey ironically do go together. Just yeah. It's 2024 to 2025 season. So it was this season. But yeah. Crazy, huh? I just... timing. I guess the finals and does things like that, yeah. I'm just saying, this is why I always say never assume. Or something like that, I'm just like, well, obviously. Until you look it up. Just be like, okay. Like, what do you know? But yeah, like I said though, it's really more about finding a rink that has hours that are easy to get to, easy hours, and yeah, it's things like that. And doesn't have a, like, well, they might be open this day, maybe kind of attitude. Unless, like, you're in certain places. I do find it funny that you specifically said ice hockey. Because, yeah. That's the whole thing. It's, and ice skating too, by the way. There are a lot of professional ice skaters as well that come up. It's just... yeah. You have to know where to go, when to go, how to go, and all that. Because there's not... things like that. Which is what made it interesting. Anyway, point being, as far as the blender thing, I could probably figure it out, but... Ooh. Fair enough. And yeah, that's the other thing. Actually going and remembering that it's an actual ice rink. Alright. You know, it's disturbing that I now know that what I'm cleaning off is bird crap. You know? Like, I did not need that information. Fair enough. Apparently, of all the things, there were so many things that this place was being used for, including a bird sanctuary. But because this is the city challenge thing, the guy is explaining why this place is so messy, and basically, one of the things that they have now added due to this town is a bird sanctuary. So the birds were here. Yeah, I wouldn't assume pigeon crap in the, here. Apparently the guy released his pigeons, and then the pigeons did what pigeons do when they're released. And celebration of finding out he had a bird sanctuary now that was an actual bird sanctuary. And not just part of the roller rink. Huh? No, we know it's pigeons because we just got told, like, 13% ago that it was pigeons. What's with all that? Oh yeah, for outside, yeah, it could be anything. Well, I mean, like, yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, here in Florida, if that was the case, if it's near the beach, yeah, it has its likelihood of being seagulls, so that's where I could buy it. And then if you're farther out, yeah, it could be pigeon crap, but it could also be, it could be crows. Or a mockingbird. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we do. We get cranes as well. If it's a water bird, it'll find its way to Florida. I think that's the way to put it. So, eventually you'll see it. We specifically have... I have seen... Do we have a couple different kinds? I'm not sure how to put it. You know, like the crane that has the red head and the black beak. Specifically, sandhill crane. I've seen other cranes. I've seen herons too, like straight up a blue heron. Cornets. I think that's what they're called. Although, mostly it's called snake birds. because when they're in the water, the way they swim, it looks like they're a snake. So you'll be like, because they have a long neck. So you have to be like, is it a snake or is it a bird? But nah, I mean, ironically, there's all kinds of creatures. You'd be like, why the heck is it there? And it's like, well, either somebody brought it like on the ship, it managed to find its own way over, or who knows why. It's here. And it thrives, so, you know. Oh, I didn't even realize this was... Yeah, I should probably have realized this was... But it looked really good. Same. Anyway. Well, I knew that this was the logo here for everything was the sun, but I just thought, well, obviously for, like, the picture booth area, you'd have this thing, and it makes some sense. But no, apparently... You're going, yeah, that makes sense to exist. It's me. Not knowing the truth was... Anyway, so... I already know what Chris wants me to do tomorrow. What do you want, Knight? I am planning to do Minecraft Pro... no matter what. Do you want modded or vanilla? Let's say after Chris says what... or after Knight makes a choice. Alright, modded it is. Because that's also what you picked first. Unless you're about to be like, no I didn't, I'm a contrarian. Yeah. Okay. But I just try not to like say what it was because I don't want to influence. Troll. And you say you like to troll? Hello. Yeah. See? I'm sure. By the way, I don't say what other people have picked. I'm gonna be honest. Well, it's not really just about, it's just like in general, like, well, and I'm like this, so it's just normal. Or we pick it just because someone else picked it, and it's just like, I'm not looking for that. I want to know what you guys actually want. I mean, at this point, the only one I'm unwilling to do at this point would be the Slime Rancher, I think. You say that, and yet whenever... This wagon is definitively in chat, you ask about Stardew. And see, that's just it. I'm not trying to be getting a, well... I want to know an actual kind of thing, because otherwise I'm left with, well, what am I supposed to pick? What do people actually want? I mean... No, I do agree. I was more just saying... It's just easier to kind of know. Since, after all, I don't mind one or the other, but, like, it's that whole thing where I'm left with, if you really want me to play something specific, I'd rather know. That way, I have at least a decent idea of do this within, like, probably a certain amount of time as well, you know? It's the whole, I can't know what you guys want unless you say it. Right? That's why it's a magic power washer. We use magic. To clean stuff. Okay. Anyway, you know what I'm almost to do with modded? I'm almost tempted to go looking for, like, not yet, but like a Christmas kind of style pack, and then it'd just be like, can do stuff like that. But I just don't feel like I ever find that, you know? So that's why I'm pretty sure we'll be ending up going back to Christmas Village after November 28th, I think. Hello! I cannot see. What do you think you're doing? Yeah, exactly. Magic washer. Excuse me? Yes, the got there. I think Atsuma has decided he is full-faded. But I'm still extremely not happening to be Atsuma. You gonna hug me back? That's how this is gonna go? Am I gonna sit down with you in my arms and you're just gonna sit here? And so I'm a total... Can I do this? I would never have a question. Oh, is it colorful and bright? Is it pretty? No. Let me finish this area. I'll probably do the tractor buddy. I might go in a little bit to the next one. But I will be finishing. Alright. I guarantee he'll be back to try and get more kills in just a second, but I'm just trying to clean quickly. Pop. Yeah. He has nothing but demands for hugs. He demands I drop everything and just hug him. Forever and ever and ever. Until he has to pay. He doesn't care enough, I'm gonna be honest. He only even looked for half a second because he was interested. And then how I put it, long exposure to pink. Exactly, he likes orange better. He likes orange, he likes red, he likes... but that's pretty much it. He kinda likes my room, and my room is purple, so I guess he kinda likes purple. No, a second would be more calming in general. Spending hours dealing with it a day. You know, I do wish I could figure out how to connect my phone to the computer in a way that I could actually use it. Like, because I do art, right? I draw on my phone, but I draw on my phone. I don't use a tablet. So, it'd be fun to be able to do something like a drawing stream. But I just can't do that without the ability to hook in. Yeah, but that's not an actual drawing stream, that's me using MS Paint. Yeah. I meant like actually drawing. Anyone know who fronted the cash? Maybe Bucket on? His latest track's called Roll on My Bread. Cryptic clue. Nah, I feel more like Gnomesy's move. You remember when they spray clues to get a buried treasure all around town? Huh. Yeah, it turned out to be a spice rack. Dang, I want the spice rack. Come on, Yelm. No, this is straight out of DeMarcus's Earlith's playbook, right? Could be. I heard they've been single-handedly keeping that university running for years now. That's not good. I feel like Bucketon, I think it's Bucketon, wherever we are, has issues. Maybe they should resolve as a town. Anyway, as far as art goes, I thought it'd be interesting, but it's like, yeah. Like I said, I can't really do that without a way to connect and I've tried a couple different things, just doesn't work. Most specifically, to be able to connect it into OBS, I might be able to use certain things, maybe. True. I'm sure I'd be able to. It's just frustrating. Honey, no! Oh, honey, no! Come here. Yeah, sit in my arms like this a second. Cat literally walked across the screen. Okay. For me, I like it because I'm better with drawing with my fingers, I guess you could say, than with a writing pencil, like a pen or pencil. Like finger painting. Exactly, high-tech finger painting. And I think I'm pretty good at it. I don't know, I mean, you've seen my stuff, right? I mean, I'm not amazing or anything, but I think I'm okay. Thank you. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna claim I'm the best. I'm definitely not, but I'm not the worst. And it's fun. That's really where it's important. But it is fun to do it. Honey! Little. Come here. Apparently you have to hold him like a baby. So he can feel loved. You wanna say hello? No? And you're not here? Go. Not really going, but more like just... He's gone-ish. He's gonna hop back up in a second. But I really and truly can't just keep holding him. Because he's not a light cat. So it's kind of hard to... Anyway. But yeah. The whole, it'd be fun to be able to do that and you can question, how the heck did I get any results at all? Kind of thing. But unfortunately, no, my phone is not. Connect in a way that you connect it. Someday, though. Someday. Probably not. Like I said, I have to come up with another way to try and do it. I've tried several. It's kind of annoying because technically it's like, you know, I look it up, I research it, right? I like to research things. And most places imply that you can just, like, how to do it step by step, and then it's just like, it doesn't work. And then it's like, the other way is, I have not tried. It's a sketchy app, and it's just like, why would I need a sketchy app? Just to be able to mirror my phone. So that what I'm drawing is on the... thing. Nope, I would not. For me, I just look at it and I go, even if it actually is legit, it's concerning, to say the least. If I do need that, like, and that is the only way, it also opens the question of just... Yeah. Like, especially considering most of these apps are defunct now as well. It's just like, boo. But I have an actual way here in 2025. Right. And then it just feels like the answer is no. No, I cannot have that. Anyway, like I said, it's a bit of a shame. Someday. Someday. There we go. So that side is done. Well, not really, because obviously we have that over there. Should I clean the floor? Or just keep working on the roof a second? Remember, I'm not going to work on the disco ball till last. Being cuddly and demanding. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. Unless he tries to knock the phone out of your hands. That'd be kind of annoying. Bye-bye. I hope you have a good night's sleep, Chris. Alright. Alright. You know, and I'm curious how you feel as well. So here's the drink selection that they have on their soda machine, right? Doesn't it feel wrong? Yeah. For the flavors. Yeah. But I feel like the flavors, or at least one of them's missing. And the lemon should be... Or do you think it just makes sense like that? I'm curious. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they don't look off-brand. That obviously would be the case anyway. No, I meant more like flavors. The flavors, that's what I was talking about. Just see. Yeah. See, it should be lemon and lime together. But since this is meant to be a 50s, 80s style, like, roller skating rink, right? I feel there's a flavor definitively missing. Here's... I'm not... Well, actually, here in the US, you're far more likely to find a root beer with a lemon and a lime. Or orange. You need Dr. Pepper? Or do you mean high C? Cream? Huh? Cream? Heck no, it wouldn't be cream. Man, that's super different. The flavor that's definitively missing is root beer, actually. Or some form of Dr. Pepper. No, you don't have red cream. In most places. That's... Yeah, or cherry cream. Yeah, no, that wouldn't be in a place like this. I feel like that's a very different... I was curious, because obviously you're not in America. With these differences. Here in the US, for a drink station like that, it'd be far more likely to have some form of root beer. And then beyond that, if there's anything else, the lemon and lime would be one flavor, because that would be off-brand Sprite, right? Which means this is off-brand Coca-Cola products. Thus, it would most likely be Barks, specifically. Whereas if it was Pepsi products, it'd probably be A&W, even though it's not actually Pepsi. But yeah. By the way, you'd have some form of root beer. Yeah. I am surprised that it would be, in your case, red cream. What you would think is the missing flavor. As that's super niche here. I didn't think you had to like it. As a flavor in a place like this. I still don't really know what you're talking about. The closest I can think of that's a red soda that's cream is here in the US, it's called red cream, which is cream soda, but it's dyed red, basically. Slightly different flavor. But again, it's kind of niche. And then if not that, I think of the birch beer maybe, but I think that's sometimes red. But again, that would be super niche. Like sarsaparilla. No, honestly, I think like root beer's okay, but I definitely prefer sarsaparilla. If you've ever had it. The flavor's a little bit stronger and more, well, I mean, obviously you said you had it, but that's kind of what I was just saying what I like better about it. Inconsistent. Fair enough. So you have to like it. Again, notice how I put it. I like sarsaparilla. I didn't say you had to like it. But I just like that it's it's much stronger flavored. Like, root beer is okay, but a lot of root beers are more, like, watered down tasting almost, in comparison. Although the thing I like best is ginger ale. I'd somehow guess that you don't like cream soda. It's just kind of surprising. Here it would have, like I said, it's just... Huh? I mean, I've had cream soda before. Ah, lemonade. Ding. Got lemonade too. But yeah, I could believe you probably wouldn't necessarily like cream. It's very much... if I had to compare, you know, it's like that kind of thing where it's like if you have to compare something to something else, right? For me, if I was to compare cream soda to anything, I would say like marshmallows. So I'm gonna guess you probably also don't care for marshmallows. Yeah? It's a limb. Or at least the flavor of marshmallows. Yeah, because it's the closest to just basically being sugar. It's the whole thing. Try eating a marshmallow after having cream soda. You'll find it's a very similar flavor. You like marshmallows. And what you don't like is the texture of cream soda. Being soda. Which actually makes sense. Flavor. Most likely. Because basically, cream soda is basically just sugar water. Or the closest. And vanilla. And marshmallows are basically just sugar, gelatin, and vanilla. It's actually very similar kind of thing there. Shocking, huh? And I guess that opens the question of what the heck do you think of cream soda? Then you've not had a good cream soda. You've had bad cream soda. Cream soda is one that's really hard to, because it, like I said, it is the closest to basically just being sugar and vanilla. I'm serious. I've had bad cream soda, and yeah, it's bad. But good cream soda is like super good. And yeah. Well, because again, it's just sugar. I would say, if you don't, I guess I'd say is the best way to know, like, I have found, I don't know, I'm not as into cola just because I tend to get a upset stomach with cola. Actually, the best way though to have cream is to not have cream by itself. It's like there's cherry creams, orange cream. So I'm gonna guess you also like Crush. To some extent as well, right? Or is it just that you like cola brand? Oh, and the one you think of is Fit. Yeah, fair enough. That is one I figured that would be orange, to be honest, because orange would be either Fanta or Crush, right? Yeah, that's the it's either Pepsi or Dr. Pepper, but basically it's another brand's version of Fanta, effectively, or their thing. Yeah. I was gonna say if you like Fanta, you probably like Crush. It's similar, actually. Or Off-Brand Crush, which actually tastes better, so I hope it's Off-Brand Crush. Orangier, I guess. Also, Crush has like multiple flavors. To be clear. I think Fanta does too. But yeah. You got like Orange Crush. You got Strawberry Crush, which I'm never gonna do. You got Grape Crush. Which actually isn't that bad. Yeah. Much like Crush, because you most likely mean Orange Crush. The difference is it actually specifies what the whole thing for each name, so it is Orange Crush, Strawberry Crush, Grape Crush. But like I said, for me, my favorite soda type is, of course, ginger ale. And specifically, like, around this time of year. Fair enough. There's many a brand. Ginger ale and ginger beer. The one one of the ones I really like is like, I like the holiday flavored ginger ale. So there's a... It could be cranberry or blackberry. Limerick's okay. Mostly because they're all pretty much okay. I don't really go by brand. I will say the one that I have tried that was the most intense, right? And that actually made it pretty good. Or one of. has quite the name. Fair enough. And mind you, I'm just gonna be saying the name of the brand I have tried. So, but it's Cock and Bull is literally the name of the ginger ale or ginger beer, actually. I think. It's actually really good, but it is definitely intense. Apparently, it is basically it started at a restaurant. The restaurant split. It is one of the first places that you could get a Moscow Mule. Probably why it's so intense. Again, like I said, I would say not if you like ginger. Don't do it because it's very gingery. Strong and all that. Yeah, so that one, at least in the past, it was quite... I don't know if it is now. I haven't had it in years. For me, I was kind of worried of going, wow, that's just... It really was very good, because I like a good strong ginger ale or ginger beer. Not really the more flutter stuff that is more commonly found, I guess. But I also do like when it has something like cranberry or blackberry in it, because it's just tasty. Nice. I believe it. I do. So what was it pointing at? The cup? No. Oh, it's that. Alright. Okay. Anyway. But that's where I end up going with it. It's like, I like ginger ale okay. I like ginger beer better. But it's because I like that intense ginger. I think that is something to specify. That does sound nice. Off the trash can. Alright, well, I'm not against menthol. It just isn't tasty. I'll acknowledge that. Although, to be fair to it, it's not meant to be. It's meant to be good for your throat. Because it does cool down your throat. So it does its purpose. Yeah. I don't disagree. That's why I'm pretty much the only cough drops I like to do that are the Ricola. Or they have menthol. Also, they're one of the only ones that don't have corn syrup. Well, they do have, they'll have other things as well in it. So it's not heavily menthol. I guess I don't know if you ever had Ricola. I don't want to actually watch that. Fair enough. But I guess you don't really care for them either. That's Ricola. That's the Swiss one. Ricola! I think it's done well. Alright, how many do I have left? Oh, I still got a couple back over here. But yes, I like those. Like I said, I mean, they do probably have a little bit of corn, but it's not like the first ingredient, which is kind of important. Being able to actually enjoy. Well, enjoy is the wrong word, but not like get sicker, you know? Enjoy the benefits of, I guess. They know what they're doing. Which is appreciative. Should I do stupid tricks to try and get up there without? There we go. Is the sign done? Yeah. But I mean, I think that's just it. It's like there's just a certain level of yeah. Okay, so these are restrooms, but they don't look like restrooms at all. Alright, DJ booth. So, this one maybe? No? This. It'll say DJ booth? Yes, it does. Input panel 2 of 3. So, input panel. Alright, so those are all done. I do wonder, what does it sound like to turn on? Oh, there's actually music. Dang. Yeah. Well, yeah. So you just gotta be careful. Fun. Fun, 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 fun. Weird. Alright, so there's something left in the photo. Oh, the... Like the only, like, other than the music on the last... The last portion of the game. The first game. The fact that there's actual music is crazy. There we go. Alright, so I just have... Let's do the dance floor first. I guess, although I feel like there should be the floor. There. I can see that there's dirt there, but is it just on that, I guess? We'll do that last. Just in case. Anyway. Also, I don't feel like this should be in the middle of a roller skater rink. The dance floor. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. At least not for this amount of area. And this wouldn't be tile, this would probably be carpet or wood. Oh, same thing? Yeah. And if it wasn't tile or wood, it would be carpet, because that's where that pattern comes from, is like carpeted. Exactly, it has that carpet design. But beyond that, it's just... Having been internet more than one, they tend to have... Or this would be an outer area. Maybe it's different in like England or Europe or something. But this area is a little bit too small. But beyond kind of being a little small, because like even yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to put it. This isn't really good for like actually roller skating on either. This wouldn't work. Because like the whole point is that if you look down at your feet, you're not gonna go blind or anything. Well, you shouldn't look at your feet. Especially if you're not used to roller skating or ice skating or whatever, you're gonna do so. Yeah. which could be dangerous. And yeah, it's going, oh, but it's a disco roller skating rink. Doesn't change the fact that even if you have like a disco floor, I feel like you'd still have a separate area for the roller skating. I think you would probably just have them separate. Well, I'm just saying because that can get you into lawsuits and stuff. And judging by everything, this is where you're expected to roller skate, which would be super bad. So that's kind of where I'm going with the whole I just kind of left with. I don't think they thought it through. Exactly, there's not enough room for actually roller skating. Plus, the lighting is gonna be super bad. And if it's meant to be out here, you don't really have enough room here either because you're gonna, even if you smack into this, and you try to turn, you're likely to run into this or here or whatever. It's not really great design for roller skating. I think it makes me think of most is that. Have you ever heard of the song ABBA? Or have the band ABBA? Not, it's a Swedish band, but you know. Let's see. Have you ever seen the music video for their song Dancing Queen? It's not exact. Possibly. I'm just saying, I'm kind of reminded of that, but even then, that's not quite. But it feels like it's a full footed disco! Disco. But ironically, if it's actually the 80s, it wouldn't probably look like this if it's looked like this since the 80s and then it's a questionable 80s. No, that's fine. What? No! This is a super fan song! Dancing. You know, most songs are not actually made up, right? Like the licensing for the music. Which is why when people review them, they have to be very careful. But beyond that, the only other thing it makes me think of is the Five Nights at Freddy's game that came out a couple years ago, you know? It's trying to be that, security breach? Yep. Or is that, what, in that case, they were having it be like a faux 80s. Whereas this is actually going, oh no, it's totally the 80s style, like, oh, bring it back. Like, but yeah, exactly. Too much pink, and that's the other reason why it made me think of the FNAF game. Because they had a lot of pink and purples in that because it was meant to be, but it was meant to be kind of faux. 80s rather than actually. They made that pretty clear. So for me, I just kind of look at it and go, that doesn't really make sense. Yes, there's a lot of powder pinks, no, powder blue, baby pink. I don't know the colors. My mom would know. Probably. But even then, I just feel like that wouldn't be roller skates. To be honest, that's not cheap. Have a lighted floor. And while with shoes, certainly it'll scuff it up somewhat and stuff. With like skates, that's a whole different issue. I don't know. Also, disco isn't really 80s, so that's also very strange. You know? But it becomes even more questionable to me. Well, I was more meaning with the lights the way they are and everything is... With shoes, the scuff marks, yeah, you can kind of clean those, but like wheels, those can leave... They can... Oh, leave like, Yeah, I see that you're stuck to my chair and almost stabbed my butt. Yeah! I can't help you. I'm sorry. Please don't stab my butt. I also can't help him because I can't roll back to be able to get out to help him because he's on the back of the chair. Honey, he's stuck to it. Yeah. Exactly. Anyway, the other thing I'm messed with is like disco is more 70s than 80s. So it's kind of odd that it's like, it's 80s themed, but it's disco? Right? Hello, Nameless. How are you? Oh man, I've been going. This place is... I'm glad to hear you're doing good. He stabbed me. Cat stabbed my butt. Well, actually, my side. Honey, no, please stop. Stop. Can't back up. I'll squish you. He does. He does. He does. But I can't help him. Okay, he's moved. Thank goodness. That was not pleasant. Oh, I'm sorry. I made noise. That unintentionally stabbed me. I don't think it was intentional, to be clear. But he does know he did something wrong. He just doesn't know what. blame him. He's a cat. He's not the brightest bulb in the box, but it did hurt. Anyway. But yeah, no, I am just kind of left with this whole thing. It feels like, I mean, I would say just a little bit more research, maybe. Also, it's super weirdly high-tech for that as well. Like the lights in the wall as well. Like, why? Yep, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, he's not the brightest bulb in the drawer. Yeah, well, point was that the ruler just go first, and then basically because nobody came here, they started using it for community projects. But then they basically finally were, because of finally the funds were put together to get the actual places they needed. Put together so they can be used. Yeah, apparently. Well, not just a bird sanctuary, it was also, it seems to have been a place for snacks for the youth, kind of thing, I think he said, and youth programs and all sorts, everything. And it was the committee hall. They just finally got a committee hall. And all these things. It just becomes, well, why? Didn't you just make those places to begin with? Why did it require the stupid Town of the Year competition to finally get around to doing stuff about that? I feel like big things. I can move the ladder, but I don't know where I want to move it to. I haven't decided yet. Cause I gotta have a thumbnail. Well, I might do the. Also, I just realized the cats aren't in here, are they? Is this the first location we don't have the cats? Weird. Is the cats gonna get kidnapped, or is it just because? Yeah, I can move that one. My ladder. But the problem is I can't just put it on the floor somewhere else, which is what I'd rather be able to do. It only will let me put it down in one of the spots it's supposed to go to. And I can't move it back afterward either. Huh? Is that alright? What chair? Yeah, the gnome's in the booth. The gnome was actually under the table, but I put him in the booth instead. I figured it's nicer to be able to sit at the booth under the table. Felt a little weird otherwise. It's like I'm checking in, like, behind. Yeah, he's put himself where he goes. Anyway, I'm gonna be honest, this location has been the most insane yet. I thought this, after last time I'd like need an hour or two. The fact it's taken another 4 hours is just like insane. To me. So I was like, man, I took way too long. Then it just keeps going. Where would these spots be other than the obvious spots? There we go. Well, this ball plus the areas around it, and I'm gonna do those areas first. I'm gonna do the disco ball last, because I'm pretty sure that is... That's not that. It's something here. Alright. Oh. There. Alright. So all that's left is handrails times 2 and then the disco ball stuff. Alright, so which ones? Not that handrail. Not that handrail. This handrail. On this side. Okay. Then there should be handrail times 2. Alright, so that should be everything except for up top. Oh, disco ceiling arch times 2 as well. So this one. There, so that's done. So we're literally down to Cisco curved ceiling trim. That'll be that and that. And then here's what I'm thinking. Actually, you know what? We don't need this. Now here's the question. Okay, do something like this. Do we want to make this place the thumbnail? I actually don't need to be told. I know that these are here. Since this is quite literally all I worked on. Oh, that was done. What? The dance floor's clean. So what we would do is we'd have to dump this, like, probably over here. Alright. Yeah. And then we're just gonna get this clean enough so even though we're gonna finish it in a second, it goes the thumbnail, sees it as it is. Let me see, I think I need to go up. Please don't, like, finish cleaning without me. Ready? For thumbnail. Alright. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it, like, right here. And we're gonna use this as lift to rise up. You can still see spots. Spot there as well. Uh-huh. Wait, where would I land on the disco ball? To do a thumbnail like this. I need to go back farther, I think. Oh. Yeah, maybe not this at all. Just move this out of the way. I can't I pick you up? I picked you up earlier. exactly great. Kinda wish I could get rid of the list. As good as I can get it, probably. Not good. I don't know. I guess maybe just a little bit more this way. But it's not the right angle for anything. It's just, it's kind of annoying. So I end up going, I really do wish I had the ability to just kind of... Yeah, I don't know. I've tried several things. Like, I did this as well, because I think that would be super cool, but... I wish I had the ability to make this kind of disappear. Wait, you know what? This is a lot better for disappearing. That would work. I just thought of it. I was like, wait. Alright. This is a little bit tinier, you know? Only I could add anything else. I'll adjust from there. That'll do. Alright. I think I get what I can. Also, it's just to clean the end, it's just gonna be like this. Alright, I'm honestly surprised it hasn't gone off yet. Actually, you know what? I bet I could see it from up here. Really? Here? Yeah, okay. And then I'll do the same thing on this side, probably. Yeah. Like, it clearly knows that that's basically it. Alright. Although, I suppose if I could just kinda... By the way, I cannot hop on top of this thing, in case you're curious. See, for me, my thing that I'm left with is if the job complete could just disappear. Right? I think that'd be great. But there's not. Like, it does, this is the perfect angle, but it just shows it in low definition, so it's like I can't actually use it there either. Mashed both low. I feel like a kid again. I can't wait to get the wheels rolling in the new generation. It's exactly what the town needs. Alright. I guess maybe not. I assumed... I should have just looked. I'd assumed initially that there was going to be a, achievement, but I guess not. Alright. Pumped in. There's cat. There's cat. There's cat. I'm gonna look at this and see how quickly it can be done. Welcome back. I'm afraid you can add another ridiculous misadventure to the list. We're all really excited about opening the farm shop after the incredible job you've done on the outside. Oh, while we were cleaning on the inside, I suddenly remembered I could also bees nests up to the rafters. So I put on my astronaut onesie and took it upon myself to relocate it. Well, you see how well that went. What the heck did you do? Alright, there is one thing else I'm gonna do as well. That's my question. First off, wash your equipment. Remembered. Thinking this is ours now. Alright. I know I can't get the snow yet. That's what I get next. Also, we got new furniture? No. How about this? Anything new here? No. Oh, these are new. I like that. So we do get new stuff. And these are new too. Oh, that's even more watermelon. Gotta do that. Currently, I've got the red. We're gonna have to do that for like all our stuff. I can do that with. Well, that's even more watermelon, but the problem is it's just gonna like... Later. Because we have watermelon. Alright, so... I now have these. I can't do anything fancy with it, but... I gotta admit, out of all these harebrained schemes I've had, turning a live bee's nest into a tractor is up there with the best of them. Yeah, that's on you. I thought it'd be simple. Carefully hitch the nest to the back of the tractor, and away we go. That was never gonna work. Really? Mare had a point. It's Mosey the hollow willow tree on the edge of the farm. Job done. No. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying, they're like, meh. Like, I'm kind of getting the vibe. Bright ideas are not her strong suit. There we go. And also, how the heck did she do this with just that? I'm honestly kind of shocked I wasn't called back yet, just because, like, as soon as I turned the engine on, the hive started shaking and the whole swarm emerged. No duh. What do you expect? At one point, there were so many bees on me, I thought I was gonna fly there. What do you expect? Not a single sting, though. And we're already well on the way to our first batch of organic honey. No, you're not. See, this is the kind of thing I was saying. If the mayor really and truly wants to, deal with her in any way, shape, or form, quote-unquote blocking access to the river is, it just wouldn't work. Whereas, like, she's quite literally admitting that she's gonna basically skip government, which would get you serious issues. Yeah, I do agree. Well, on your way to organic honey, huh? The thing is, you can't get that certified organic unless you go through a rigorous process. Which might sound like, well, why is that important? Potentially. Oh, cool, so we can't actually go back this way now. I'm just saying in general, that's kind of how it goes. So her trying to claim it's organic, because she can't prove, and the thing is, she has to be able to prove where the bees have gone. Also, that's not a good hive for getting honey out of. She should have been calling a professional in for this. I don't know where Ulysses is. Other than somewhere. Which one was this? This is Bubbles? So somewhere over here is probably where Ulysses is. I just don't know where. Because there's Squeak as well. Anyway, point being... like... that's not gonna be a hive you can get honey out of. What you should have done is either call in someone to help. There are people who can do this, right? Or done some research. Maybe. Oh no, that's not what this stuff is. This is cow poop. By the way, you know the silent monks up at the temple? Yeah. I'm getting very excited to see you at the farm. Almost squeaking with delight, in fact. Uh-huh. Why? They need something? Actually, you know, it would be funny if they were just excited that somebody's finally actually dealing with her mess. Like, she's got problems. No, I know. What I was saying is to transfer the high. Oh, there's Ulysses. What are you doing over here? I could spray you there. What I meant was that the way to move the hive in a safe way is you get the queen, right? And basically you use the queen to keep them moving, because that's where they're going to go, is wherever the queen is. And as far as I was meaning for the other stuff, I more meant to be able to get honey out of the hive. You're going to want a specific that specific type of hive for that and all that. Which obviously she's not doing. But yeah, there's all kind of regulations and stuff on stuff like that. In reality, to deal with her, it wouldn't even be hard. Does it act like she's gonna be selling it? Yeah, no, you're not doing that. You have to be able, it's just all kinds of things that, like, she just didn't know. But yeah, it'd be like, there for 1,000 fines. And the reality is she can't actually complain because she's actually done stuff that would warrant such fines. I think we're far less likely to carry that story than blocked access to a river. Because it's just like... Exactly. Organic is very specific. Just like, non-GMO and the like as well. And they're very important distinctions because... Yeah. That are expensive. Although that does mean there's a high chance if somebody sells the product one way, both like as organic and non-organic, there's a high chance that the non-organic will be basically the same as the organic. Simply put, because I could do it both ways. It is a different thing. I'm just saying that's what she hasn't done yet, but she's already planning on doing. If that's what she's planning on doing, imagine the things she's already been pulling. Yeah. That was more my point. Like, so Well, as I said, I have trouble thinking that it would be pettiness the reason why he changed, which... Yeah, and I didn't even realize the river was connected to that. Dude, ain't that smart. Yeah, like I said, a lot easier to just kind of hit her with fines for all these different things. She's going, oh, I'm doing this, oh, I'm doing that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying if she's doing it in an official manner, there's certain things you've gotta follow. You can't just be like, well, I want to do this. I mean, because she's already indicated, oh, she's done certain things that also would be getting fines and stuff. Like I said... Well, she hasn't done this specifically. Necessarily yet. Doesn't mean she hasn't done other stuff. Right now, she doesn't care about it. She's like, well, whatever. But if she's actually done, yeah. That was more my point. That's about the honey itself. In fact, not about the honey itself. More about... These are things she's already planning on doing, then they're like higher likelihood she has pulled other stuff. Whether she knows she's pulled stuff or not. And I'd say, well, maybe that's just the developer doesn't know as much about things like that. And, you know, just be left with the whole, that's a nitpicky thing of, yeah, I know. But considering some of the other traits, it heavily implies that this would be within character for her to end up, doing as well, or causing problems. And not being able to understand why people are not taking her side on this one. Exactly. Also, depending, another thing she's potentially about to do, right? Again, that, would be, again, potentially illegal, at least to the point of having fines and stuff. She's opening a shop, but she hasn't once stated she's got permits for it. Which is a thing. Oh, courageous. It's time for you to come and clean our temple. They want me us to clean. Fair enough. They're, where are they? You can see them from here. Although I don't know about time to do that, although you're the current. They're down this road, right? We can see them. Yeah, we can see them there. Oh, but are we going to actually get to go inside this time, unlike last game? So we might get to go inside instead. Let's take a quick peek, okay? I'm not doing this. I'm just going to work with what I already had. Sunshine and tractor gleaming and bees a-buzzing. All's well with life on the farm. Thanks, Angel. But that's what I'm left with. It's like, if the mayor really wanted to deal with her, he could. And it wouldn't even be hard. She just... yeah. So I feel like that would have been something that would have been interesting to go with. Oh, I guess we have this now. Do you have anything here yet? No. Another one here? Not yet. Anything else here? Cute. Exactly. Under regulations and yeah. So I'm gonna go here. They have more of a right to be annoyed than she does. Because at least they're kinda close to mucking him. I mean, they're still on the other side. But like... and they don't seem to care. Oh, that's cool. So it is on the inside. Blessings, chosen one. It is an honor beyond measure to finally have you within the hallowed walls of her temple. We can't wait to watch you work. Exactly. She'll get the warning letters, then she'll get the fines, and potentially any other issue. America completely and totally just destroy her. I can't believe it. Finally, the master of the flow is here. I knew it! I knew they were connected to the pacifists. I can't level with you. This job might be quite heavy going. The temple hasn't been washed in centuries. Oh, this is gonna be a multi-step one. I can already tell. Yeah. See, because that's not... no, it's not. I'll do a little bit, just enough to show it definitely is... because, look at it, this alcove is most definitively not 2%. I also don't think I'm going to need soap for this job, since I've got this new fancy-smancy thing that I'm not supposed to have yet, so, you know, I might buy some, of the other attachments instead. It does. Anyway, this is just a test to see if this is, in fact, as I suspect, a multi-part job. Yep. Oh, I agree, but it kind of makes sense if you assume that this isn't the area they most likely spend most of their time in. Right? Or there's like certain... like, if it turns out that by cleaning, there's certain things that are revealed, lore-wise, or not just, like, in general. Yeah, look at that. That's not... not necessarily. Think about how big the building is. Just because this part of the building isn't clean doesn't mean that most other areas aren't. Yep. But if they're connected to the pacifist, right? Or the Atlant... You know, we're just gonna call them the Atlanteans. The Atlantis would be Atlantis because they would be from the city of Atlantis, not because they're in the Atlantic Ocean. So, the Atlanteans, right? Their stuff also... was connected to being cleaned. So I could totally see going with stuff that you'd have to reveal stuff with. Exactly. Or maybe this won't be. Maybe this is just all this one place. If that's the case, it's a bit of a shame. Did indicate. And so far I haven't seen any stairs, so... In fact, I'm not even sure where this is supposed to be on it, now that I think about it. This must be up top. The upper floors. Ish area. Or it's just all empty, but that doesn't seem right. Or it's entirely possible also that they might not be able to actually touch anything in that way. Depending. Can you do anything with the hammer? Okay. I am going to pay Bull. I'm going to want. I don't have enough money for that. Well, it's fine. I don't know. I'm just kind of trying to figure out how they live here. Space-wise, there's definitely not enough space for them. If this is... the inside. Oh goodness. I'm cleaning something. Also, I don't know if I wanted to or not. Although it looks like it's drawn on top. As well. Oh, it's like that. So it had paint on it. But we've removed the paint. See more wooden? Curious. Anyway, I gotta finish. I think I'm good with that. I just wanted to know. I don't know if it is, I don't know if it isn't, but I am done. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, slash night, slash whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I'll definitely do more of this whenever we get back to that, but tomorrow is Minecraft, so yeah.